What's up, Peanut? Appreciate the follow. Thank you. You can turn this down. It's too loud. Hey, yeah. I don't know why I'm so tired. How you doing today? What's the sound? We chillin', we chillin'. How are you? Set level for character voices. Shit too loud. We're not going down. Shit, man, loud. We chillin', we chillin'. I'm tired, and I don't know why. I slept pretty good. I'm just very drowsy, I guess. Still kind of sick as well. So that could be it too. Also, we never played this game before, so this is gonna be fun. First time playing this game. How you doing? Sure. Ow.
We've come so far in just 3 short years. Kind of a strong leader, sir. Oh, of a strong people.
Welcome back to the stream. Ad break is over.
Liza, thank you. Your team. Lightning. Our job, Mr. I must admit, I once thought of groups like your opportunity for war. But you've trained our new army well. But it has returned sooner than expected. Perhaps I was wrong about these private military companies. Private security providers, sir. Most of them
That doesn't look inviting.
There's a saying I like. One sword keeps another in it. Sometimes the threat of violence alone is deterrent. Sometimes by taking the life of others. Code the samurai lived by.
And a philosopher. Of surprises, I mean.
I could say about you, Prime Minister. What is happening?
Walking on.
Clear the road! This is official state business! I said clear the road! We're authorized to use force!
God damn. Okay.
Leopard 1, U-turn. Turning back.
Time to shine, baby.
Open fire! Who was that?
A cyborg.
One of our competitors? Courtney, what is happening?
We got hit, sir. A cyborg.
Whose?
Exif comes up unaffiliated.
I'll notify all checkpoints. Get the money out of there!
Yes, sir.
We are going to die.
Stay calm.
He's got friends on our 12.
Raiden!
I'm on it. Guard the Prime Minister.
We are on the good side.
Let's get this over with.
He looks old as hell. He looks really old.
Take out those hostiles!
Game is too loud. I'm turning it down real quick.
Raiden, you'll need to choose between light and heavy strikes to match the situation.
I just want to have a black.
Take self-repair units from your foes to replenish your own supply. Raiden, the limo is in trouble. Get back there ASAP. I'll limo to your solid down radar.
Fuck, that was fire.
Right, it's on the other side of that barricade. If you can't cut through the barricade, try the fence, huh?
So you're Jack.
What do you want with the Prime Minister?
I want him dead. Nothing personal, of course. Africa's just getting a bit too peaceful.
What?
Business ain't been the same since they shut down SOP. A clean break from the war economy. Huh? Some of us like that economy. How's an honest warmonger supposed to make a living?
This is your answer? Don't do it!
Don't worry now. I won't. Not while he's still useful. So long.
What? They have a metal gear? Cheer? Ryder, take out that UMG and get after it. Catch that missile before it falls! Use your ninja run to deflect those shots. Use blade mode to damage its armor.
I miss. Second slide.
Now, Raiden, bring it down. Stop that blade. Yes! Yes! Swing it wide open! For a show. Very good. But do not rest easy just yet, huh? On the other side of that collapsed building. Go! Careful, Raiden. Keep that up and the whole building could collapse. Look for another way. There. Get it. Use your ninja van to move over obstacles automatically.
What the? How are you supposed to run fast? And there's a whole bunch of
Do not let
rocks
him
in
out
the
of
way.
your sight. You must catch him.
Oh, just running fast.
There, you cheat. It still works.
We just cut that shit in half. How are you supposed to block it?
Use blade mode to take down those hand missiles.
What? I didn't know when I. Okay. Was I supposed to
Finish
jump
that
on the
bastard off.
rockets?
What happened? What is going on? Raiden, answer me! Raiden!
Can't see shit.
Hell? Damn it!
He's not running fast enough.
He's headed for the front of the train. After him. Raiden, an unidentified field roader is headed your way. Keep an eye out for it.
Prime Minister!
Huh. Too little too late, hero. I won't be needing my little shield here any longer.
Stop!
What about all the good things war has done for us? Why don't we ever hear speeches about that? Jobs, technology, a common purpose? Raiden, forget me. Stop him. You ain't listening. Mind if I got in? All we're saying, give war a chance! No! shy.
You can't block. How you do anything? You can't block.
Well taught, and not half bad. Still.
I'm getting my ass kicked like crazy.
Your technique lacks something.
Well, I don't know how to block, so
And after all. Now I see
I guess I was supposed to lose.
its purpose. Burns to bathe in the blood of your enemies, but you hold it back. No. My sword is a tool of justice.
Not my arm. This is just, I'm just watching a movie, a movie at this point.
Not again. Brendan, are you alright?
Clearly I'm not. I have one arm and my right eye just got slashed. So no, I'm not doing okay.
Oh, you want to practice first? Gotta try hard on that. Oh, want to practice first? Gotta try hard on that. Oh, want to practice first?
I don't know how to do anything, bro.
This is what happens when you bring a tool to a sword fight. It's over. Lucky devil. Kept you waiting, huh? Down you go! Flash!
sick. My first achievement. Excuse me.
How is it, Ryder?
So far, so good. I've got a clean.
A direct feed to your optic nerve. Yes, I should hope so, huh?
How does it fly like a bird?
Like a bird strapped to a remote control rocket.
Get you in safely to Norwich. Just relax and enjoy the ride.
Right.
Can you hear me, Ryder?
Doctor.
Remember the two procedures to maintain your new body. One, nano repair from your foot.
Absorbing their electrolytes. Got it.
Cyborgs supply plenty lights once you slice them and crack their.
I was planning on that.
And their left hands. Their combat data stored on holographic memory. The left hand. That data is very valuable. I am authorized to offer you upgrade.
How generous.
Alice will come down a few. I would have a Nobel Prize on my shelf.
There. I see land.
3 mics out and closing. No activity. Worry about inner.
Great. Quick brief.
I know you. But I've been all over the.
That's what you want to know. Objectives of Abkhazia applies the territory for the rightful government. Left of it. President, cabinet of terrorist brainjack officers, cyborgs scattered the fun. Part of called Andrei occupation. Both the massacre of 2015 and last year's terror spree. Arms supplier, none other than Desperado enforcement.
Bonnie's.
How you doing, Kev?
Far more
Welcome in.
at street.
The only problem I see. That nickname. I've got my enhancements.
We chillin'. We just started playing,
Indian country. Hi, I'll just
so I'm relaxing. Just watching all the cutscenes and trying not to fall asleep. Even though that I slept, I'm still tired for some reason. How's your Monday going? This game is so extra, it's insane. It's going alright. Just been clearing the apartment and working on school stuff. Super extra game, fuck. It's you getting ready for Thanksgiving.
First head inland. The waypoint is marked on your Soliton radar. Contact us on codec if you
Why
have
is it camera muted? You getting ready for Turkey Day? Oh. Gobble gobble, motherfucker.
Bastards are using stealth cable to ambush you. Nice try, but it won't do any good against
against a state-of-the-art cyborg like you, eh? To parry incoming hits, throw out your own barrage of light attacks while your foe is on the offensive.
I don't know what I just did, but I did something. On our Thanksgiving in Canada was in October, but the wife wanted to start putting up the Christmas decorations, so I got it clean for that. It already happened last month. Oh wow, I did not know that.
These guys with no
That is news to me.
exaggerated on the site.
Okay, so Christmas decorations done. How is that looking like? Early in very early October. I find that weird only because
Start playing Frankenstein with their troops.
that doesn't make sense to me.
MCs, on the other hand, are off the
But, you know, I don't live in Canada, so. What you doing for Christmas though? Big tree, lights, stockings.
only all muscled up and less predictable.
I'm not
Thanksgiving
They're like
in
walking vending
October.
machines.
Interesting. Also, refresh the page for the view to count.
Lives for money. They sold their
Nice trees, stocking, bunch of them. Decorations everywhere. Cass loves all of them. It's fun. It's stressful putting them and building stuff, but besides that, it's pretty nice to like. It's pretty nice to. It's nice to look at, but 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 not fun to put up put up. Jesus.
Coastline is too long and heavily guarded. You must take the inland route.
I thought I could break the window. I hate this camera. Why is it like this?
This is Boris. Give me your status.
looks clear. No one in sight.
Good. Let's recap the route you will take. As I said, the enemy's HQ is in the refinery along the coastline. Dolzaev has been spotted there using satellite photography. Also on site, Tral. Desperado kept it.
I go through the cross the bridge to Old Town. Head down to the rear of the refinery.
Still, I think they anticipate us. They will probably have a grand reception awaiting you at the old city. Do not let your guard down.
I hate this camera. Why is it doing this? Is that right? No, the camera's still inverted. That's fine, I guess.
Hostiles in the lower corridor, I see. Try to flank them, or approach from behind.
I feel like I don't know what I'm doing, but I do. It's just this camera is just bugging with me like crazy. All right, he's dead. I want to see if I can beat
Raiden,
this
take that message
game
out of him.
in
You
one
can use
stream.
augment
I
mode
feel like
to
that'd
see
be
where the
very
enemy is located.
easy.
Your body analyzes radar and IR data to construct your AR display. Some civilians are still in the city. That is not good.
How'd I do that? Oh. Oh. This is sick. Okay. Slow motion. I am. I don't like this camera. How do you get up from that? I'm cutting down the whole bridge. I don't care. The camera is like fucking me up right now. And I don't know why. It feels weird. Get over it. Sick. Combat rank
Very
B.
good, Raiden. Now, keep heading for refinery.
You talk too much, bro. How you? What? What weapon? I don't have no new weapon. What are you talking about? I don't have no new weapon. That was sick, whatever that was. Whatever. I don't have no new weapons, bro. Shut up. Get that off the screen.
What's wrong? Answer me! Raiden! Raiden!
You can't block. You can't really
Very good, Raiden.
dodge. So how the fuck do you
Heading for
supposed to
refinery.
like not get hit? I don't have a sub weapon yet. Shut up. What is this? I really hate this fucking camera. Fucking open this. He's not using that shit with one hand. I love how I miss. Got no fucking aim.
They have erected an electromagnetic barricade. Maybe expecting UG or cyborg attack, huh?
That's nice. How you doing? Okay, this is not doing shit, bro. What the fuck is the point of fighting them if there's no way to, like, dodge them? Or block?
Now, keep heading for refinery.
Clearly don't know how to do anything. Can you get up here? I don't know. Oh, you're a bitch. Dude, this fucking camera is not helping. Who thought this camera would have fucking worked, dude? Dude, that didn't even do anything. What the fuck is the point of the rocket launcher? I didn't do shit to them. This fucking inverted camera is making me fuck up. Just ruined my whole chance. Stupid ass inverted camera. How you? You can't untarget lock, bro? Why can't you untarget lock? That's the most dumbest shit ever. Bro, what the fuck?
They have erected an electromagnetic barricade. Maybe expecting UG or cyborg attacks, huh?
Who thought this camera? Who thought this camera would have been good? It's fucking dog shit. I got caught again. Jesus Christ.
Very good, Raiden. Now, keep...
Put that shit inverted because that normal camera angle's dog shit.
Heading for refinery.
Alright, nothing happened. Still the fucking same. This point, whatever. Get up there.
Enemy sighted!
These big machines are fucking ass. Bro, what the fuck is up with this camera? I hate it. So ass.
Cannot be. Raiden, what happened? You're supposed to be stronger than this.
Well, clearly I'm not.
Very good, Raiden.
I don't know how one robot can just kick the living fucking shit out of you. And like half your life is gone. And I don't like the way they did the camera. Oh my god. Bro, this camera's dog shit. What the fuck? Bro, that still don't do enough damage to these fuckers, bro. Come on. How the fuck am I supposed to be a fucking robot ninja? Still getting my ass kicked. How's that work?
This cannot be. Raiden, what happened? You're supposed to be stronger than this.
I'm not fighting them
Very good,
again.
Raiden. Now, keep heading for refinery.
Can't do anything. Just gonna go to the next objective. I just keep dying by these damn robots. Whoopee. I literally press B. I dead press B, but you know it's fine, whatever. Literally press B, but sure.
Won't open, eh? Well, take care of the enemies first. We can think about that door later. It won't open, eh? Well, take care of the enemies first. We can think about that door later.
Can you at least give me a tip how to fucking kill these shits?
It won't open, eh? Well, take care of the enemies first. We can think about that door later.
Oh, this is ass.
What happened? What is going on? Raiden, answer me! Raiden! Hear me! Very good, Raiden. Now, keep heading for refinery.
I hate the auto lock. It's fucking terrible. And why are they so fast? My life compared to these damn things does not compare at all. How the fuck am I missing? This game is. What the fuck, bro?
Come on, buddy, answer me. Raiden? Raiden!
I'm not fighting him.
Raiden. Now, heading for
It's
refinery.
pissing me off. And I'm not in the mood to get pissed off right now. How are they stronger than me? Makes no sense. And how are they faster than me too? You don't have enough time to react either, which is really fucking annoying. Why are you facing the other way? This makes no fucking sense.
Raiden, respond! Raiden! Raiden! Very good, Raiden. Now, heading for refinery.
What if I'm just not supposed to fight? Oh, come the fuck on, bro.
Well, take care of the enemies first. We can think about that door later. They have arrested
The fucking camera lock is gay.
expecting UG or Cyborg attack, huh?
I'm not doing shit. You gotta change your shit in the menu? That's even fucking whack. Throw nothing to his health. How the fuck do you use this damn game? How the fuck does this game work? Stupid fucking robots. The worst shit I ever fought.
Right away. We're picking up a wireless transmission near your position. From the frequency, most likely an enemy data terminal. Check it.
That's stupid.
Titan, shall we review the capabilities of your new body? Copy that. As we discussed, you've been precise first. As say, and you I would but most so I correct. Keep in mind, it will rather I may but I know I'm anyway. Does this fit? Okay.
We start story my feel that shit.
Autonomous, high-level onboard artificial intelligence. No prototype. Was verbal. I presume far beyond. Okay then. What's the life? Why are we? I am here. That's it. Idea. I may analyze orders, but I may not disobey them. I disobey a direct order. My memory. I must destroy you. What good is collective? Or taunting. Pointless. Exterminate.
Game is very slow when it comes to like the things I want to do. It's not fast. I'm like I'm trying to do shit. And it won't let me do this thing I want to do. Why can't it just never be a fair fight, bro? It's always some bullshit.
intellect is marvel.
Do I have grenades?
Raiden, respond! Raiden! Raiden!
Don't have grenades. This stance is fucking weird. The one time I need the target lock, that's when it's not working properly. Or it's some shit. I don't fucking know. I don't know how to target lock niggas, bro. You can't even block.
Combination attack.
What the fuck? He doesn't know what's going on. He can barely see. What's up, Mike? How you doing? I don't understand how this damn game works. I'm chilling. I'm just trying to figure out this damn game, which is low-key pissing me off right now. And I just started playing. It's like nothing that I'm doing. Nothing that I'm doing is fucking working. And it's annoying as hell. Because the cameras is like really getting on my nerves. Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. The camera's fucking ass. I don't know how to target lock. I don't even think that you can properly target lock. And the camera's so fucking fast. You keep moving everywhere, dude. I don't know where he is now. Where the fuck did he go? I just started playing, so I'm not sure yet. Can you just stop doing shit, bro? You just keep doing shit. Can't even block either, which is the annoying part. Oh my god, okay.
What? Raiden? No! No!
I don't know how to do anything. Fuck do you block? And he moves like a lot. Okay. So you gonna hit me, but I can't hit you when you was doing that shit? And then you run away like a little bitch. I died like 4 times already, and I did nothing. You can't even do nothing against those attacks besides just like run away. The fuck's the point of that? He's doing. I'm not. Go! Bro, this whole fight is whack. He's doing all this crazy shit and I can barely do anything. What the fuck is the point? My character can't do shit. I can't fucking block. I can't deflect. I'm just supposed to run around in a fucking circle or some shit. I don't know.
I will obliterate your consciousness.
And he gets to do that. I'm trying to figure that out myself. I don't know how to block, but I just block. So I don't know. This game is confusing me right now. Like low-key. Just started playing. Just started playing this. How are you supposed to fight a dog with a chainsaw on his tail? If anyone knows what to do, I would love a helping hand, because clearly I don't know jack shit what's going on right now. In reality, cut off the tail. I guess. I knocked him down. That's the first time that ever happened. You can't even block his attacks. So it's like, I don't even know. I thought I could play a new game. It seems like I am ass at it.
I will obliterate your consciousness.
How you doing, playthrough? How's your Monday? You just keep doing shit.
Recovery complete.
You was literally on the ground for like a second, bro.
A savvy warrior. Forward. Backup required.
Why you need a backup? You're a robot dog with a chainsaw. What human backup do you need? Seems weird. Fucking Kojima and his weird ass games, bro. You can't even block or like deflect. It's really annoying. I'm nervous. I gotta go pick up my brother from the airport in a couple of hours of the house. Nice.
Even are merely human.
What you got planned for today besides that? God damn it! I'm gonna get it. I'm going to get it. I want to get it. But that sounds very relaxing. That doesn't sound like too much. You have no time to like fucking get away. He just stuns you. And the dog is supposed to have more fucking health than you are. Like, come on now.
Combination attack.
This is gay. Come on. Why am I doing so poorly?
My blows.
This is so ass.
Raiden, respond! Raiden! Raiden!
Not like 5 times. Where's birthday party? Oh, nice. Our first birthday party. That's going to be fun. I'm getting a slight headache just from getting pissed off by this damn dog. And you can only jump once. Can't even double jump. Which is kind of sad because I thought you could. You can't block. You can't deflect. So I don't know what the fuck you can do. You go all over the place.
Does it hurt?
No, yeah, same here. It's totally fine. It's just, how can this dog do all this fucking shit, but I can't, but I can't even like deflect the fucking chainsaw, and that shit does like mad damage. Clearly not fair. But I am going to pass this part. I don't care how long it takes. I'm gonna pass it. I'm not sure if this is supposed to be more beat 'em up or more Souls like. I don't know. I can't even tell you myself, man.
What's wrong? Come on, buddy, answer me. Write it? Write it!
Can't even tell you myself. I'm just gonna keep on trying, I guess. Think I found a strat though. I think I found a strat. That chainsaw's a bitch. Just keep that nigga in the corner, bro. That chainsaw is not fair at all. Like that shit does crazy damage.
Backup required.
And I still don't know why he needs backup.
What do you fight for? I will exterminate your con.
Like he has so much time to react, more than I do, and it is so ass.
Liberate your consciousness. Is this all?
What the fuck is up with this dog? Cause I'm just trying to beat this damn boss. And he's annoying. Dude, oh my god, I'm not even touching it.
Help me.
Gotta be shitting me, bro. Bro, what type of game is this? This is just robots on robots on robots. My health is barely doing anything to keep me alive.
What's wrong? Come on, buddy, answer me. Write it? Write it!
I gotta fight a dog, now I gotta fight a fucking robot. It's fucking ridiculous. Okay, that did nothing. This chainsaw is not fair. How does that so much damage?
Your intellect evade my blows. I will obliterate your consciousness. Disappointing.
How is this fight supposed to be fun for anybody? He's literally all over the fucking map.
Recovery complete.
Hey, what's wrong? Answer me.
Combination attack.
Raiden!
I want to see if I can customize. Okay, I don't think I can because I'm in a damn thing. I don't know how many times I died.
Combination complete.
You just blew up the. That doesn't do that much damage to him.
will die. Impressive. Backup required. What do you fight for?
It's a dog.
I will
Get the
exterminate
fuck back
your
here.
consciousness. Multiple
Yo, this
strikes.
chainsaw sucks butt.
Combination complete.
How is this a fair fight against anything?
To continue alone. Help me.
How are you supposed to be a boss and you bringing other niggas to fight? That's why I never understood boss fights in video games, bro. They're so pussy that they bring other niggas to fight their battles. What the fuck is this shit? Like, nothing's fair anymore.
Are we both here only to fight?
Fuck you went.
Cannot be. Right? What's happened? You're supposed to be stronger than this.
He keeps bringing his fucking bitches out. Clearly, I do not play games like this. How you?
I feel no pain.
It's not fast the way I'm trying to go fast. Like, I'm trying to do like quick ass combos, and it's not fast enough.
What do you fight for?
Look at this camera angle is dog shit as well. Camera angle's not good.
Even are merely human.
What is this? A container emotion per minute. Is that? Did I just hear? Fuck! Don't get it. Okay, that's how I heal. Okay. You don't have enough time to respond, which is so ass. Like, I'm supposed to be a fucking robot and I don't have enough time to respond? Like, make that make sense. Have you played other Platinum game developing games like Bayonetta? Yes, I have. Now, that game, I am pretty good at Bayonetta. This game, I'm not so good at. I fucking love Bayonetta. That game is amazing. I just downloaded that game like yesterday. I haven't played it yet, but that game is amazing and I love it. But fuck this game right now. It's pissing me off. Bitch. The fact that shit doesn't even reach him.
Combination attack.
I have like one hit left.
What's wrong? Come on, buddy, answer me.
I have like a couple hits left. The first, at least I did better this time than I did all the previous times, and at least now I know what the hell to do. I just really don't like this camera angle. It's weird. It's too weird.
Superficial damage. You will die. Impressive, human. A savage warrior uses all of his backup required. What do you fight for? I will exterminate your consciousness. Combination complete. Superficial damage. Will die. I feel no pain.
I just gotta lock in, man. I just gotta lock in.
Help me.
I hate these guys.
Is this all the human mind is capable of?
The target lock was. Fucking heal, bro! That's how much you've been pissing me off. Did a 40 hit combo on his ass. Oh my god. I had a fear that catch me. Because why wouldn't he catch me for some stupid reason? And then he does it again. God, the camera ain't. The fucking camera's always fucking me up. We got it! We got it! We won! We better have fucking won, bro. How many tries that take? I don't know. I'm just glad we defeated it. Oh my god, that was a fucking nightmare, bro. I'm better at Bayonetta than I am at this.
What did I know about
Jesus Christ. That was the. I think that was the worst fight I ever played in a fucking video game. That was literally the worst fight I think I ever did. Oh, yeah, I'm supposed to fight a helicopter now. Alright. The rock. Oh, the dumbest way to use a rocket launcher. And not pick up my. Oh. Fuck you for that. Okay. Stop moving. Oh my god. I thought I had another rocket launcher. That's not. And of course it is not. It does not reach. Stupid ass ability, bro. Dumbass ability. Get up there. The camera. The camera's not working in my favor, bro. It was weird.
Enemies got
I
vehicles
like
using
it,
that
but
route.
god damn, she
Too
weird.
far on foot and too heavily guarded. Put the plan and make your way through the old city. Pretty stupid to try and hide here. Russian spies.
Hey, there's just...
Fill out the paperwork later.
No, please. I will do anything.
That's where they're holding.
Kind of electronic lock on the gate.
Most likely, only if you have the right ID data stored in your left hand. Perhaps you could find a cyborg with access and borrow it.
cyborgs around here, Doc?
Why not double back? Check the vehicle route again. No, back at the entrance to the old city. Who knows? Maybe you can hitch a ride. Most likely, platoon commanders carry correct ID data for the gate. Use enhanced mode to figure out who to hit. Hurry and get that handwriting! Hurry and get that handwriting!
You move a little bit too fast that like there's no structure. It's just it's just you just going everywhere. It's fucking. Oh, that's sick. That's a clip. Okay, hold up. That's a clip with the fire. Already 620. Why is Twitch mobile so dog shit? It's just horrible. Twitch need to fix your fucking app, bro. Just ass. He is overly dead.
You missed them all? Ah, well, you just have to fight your way through.
Get off!
I should have guessed you would choose this route.
What's the point of finding the stupid key?
to the hotel roof.
Dog shit.
Those I have. That woman.
Gee. What's that jacket?
Aiden, what's happening? Your heart rate spiked.
I just dodged a... Alright, I'm heading to the refinery.
These niggas move around too much. Can't do it while running.
We intercepted call for backup during your last fight. Caller's position is on your solitone radar. You can engage if you wish. It is your choice. I'm above you.
I don't know what the fuck that's supposed to do. It's not doing nothing. I'm just jumping over the fucking helicopter. Okay, I see now. Okay, that is quite satisfying, not gonna lie. What's the other one? I'm starting to understand the game. There's something up here. You're not?
Right. The cliff is just ahead at the end of the old city. Beyond that is the refinery's backyard.
So what? Drop? Refinery's not connected to the city at all?
No, it was only built 2 years ago. There should be a narrow path around there that leads to the plant. It's protected by a fence, but probably you can cut your way through.
Probably.
Don't get cocky. Most likely it is Desperado running security down there. Watch out! They keep on coming! Dolcev and his team must be in here. Find him.
Hello. bitch.
Right then. Wait. There are active IR sensors in the area. Part of factory security, no doubt, but the enemy may be using it.
I'm finally having fun with the game. At first, I was getting pissed because I'm like, how the fuck do you do this shit? Now I'm getting the hang of it. Jump on the fucking crate. I totally failed that part. Trying to get the turns. I got the red suit. I had enough money to buy the
I
red
was
suit.
wondering.
No one can do that anymore. Josiah, where is he?
I can time that that's great.
We're in charge here.
I am bold with a friend. And you. Siberia, whitest unnatural.
That was a long time ago.
I was born in Algeria. I'm only a friend. Had our not from the same earth. I lost my family. Fuckers. My family's. That's when I am. I slaughtered. I found my calling.
Proud of that, are you?
What happened? Honest, I found it quite phenomenal. One after another. Not once. I was a challenge. At times, I even. At least, I fought. I met him.
Who?
I knew what I had been. I did. My life. I did back.
I.
So naive.
I must kill to protect them.
We have less in common than I thought.
I'll take that as a compliment.
Would keep your ideal. Only you are ready to die for them.
How many arms does she have? Okay.
Don't you want to know? Go to hell. Daytime is over.
Oh, she has a whip. Ah.
A present from you. Can you handle this? Keep trying, boy.
The grenade does quite a lot of damage.
Over here. I will rip you apart. Don't fuck with me.
This game is so cinematic, it's insane. And now she froze? What the hell is it? Bro, what is this? There's so much happening in this game right now. Gotta see. That's still passing.
Victor, report! Vitals are dropping.
I lost. So this is how they felt. Dying. For a cause.
Wait. No. Hold on.
I am sorry. He was too much.
I do not need apology. I need you alive.
I know. You will never fall.
What is this talk about?
Get him. Let him go.
The ten. Mister. You never.
Not talking to you.
You! You killed her! You vile nuts! Murderer!
That's where she's coming from. Overdose, I am. Surrender.
I did 2 points to get in.
Translation.
Why would I surrender? Are exactly where I want.
Shit.
Built with Russian money to make Russian money. Is no plan for outcasts. It is their prison.
But now, they will be free!
Crazy son of a bitch.
Raiden? Raiden, what happened?
Bastard blew himself up.
I see. Time to get you out of there. We're sending a helicopter. Secure an LT.
Stood.
Three B's, two C's, two A's, one D, and one S. Pole arm. You have to use a pole arm now. Customize range body. Let's keep going.
Eyes lined up, right?
I'll see.
Hope so. You be fucking the street.
Thanks, kid. Lady.
What the fuck?
Oh, let's get into the sewer system ASAP. Who notices you find their own? Put the 9,000 there along for this one?
That'd be a good dock tour. Along with the boat piloting, eye wiping. I say, football.
Wordplay. My exoskeleton resembles a canine. Canines like bones. Amusing on 2 levels.
Let's go.
A mariachi player.
Adios.
Claro, ¿eh? Hay que hacer. Vámonos ya.
You know that's right. Never speak about that shit to anybody.
Right. I'm in the
Alright. Started. Your mission's to investigate the Desperado affiliate research center somewhere in that area. According to the intel from our client, the lab's been dumping illegal waste into those sewers. FYI. They're also involved with the cartels in human trafficking. Allegedly, anyway.
better and better.
Tell me about it. We need you to infiltrate the lab and find out everything. Of course, you'll have to find it first. Still don't know the exact location.
I'm looking where the lab might hook up with this.
Yep. They're actually dumping waste. They've got to link up somehow. Find that connection. The lab, and you can find evidence on anything.
No problem. That's my specialty.
Right. Well, we'll see.
Do we have any idea what kind of
coming. Hold on. I'm coming. What?
Not really. Maybe something related to all the people they're trafficking.
Like Herman.
Possible. First things first, though. Find a way into that lab. Oh, right. It says here, the locals say black crocodiles live in those sewers. So, watch out.
Black crocodiles? Could they be talking about you?
Maybe just an urban legend. But still, careful.
I will scout ahead. Will provide backup. Commence operation. Right. Unidentified UG are patrolling the sewers. Exercise caution.
That supposed to be a gorilla?
Better take out that UG quick. Won't attract too much attention down there. I see a maintenance catwalk. To conceal yourself if necessary.
Now the fucking dog is talking to me. Where did he go? Niggas just drop kicking me, bro.
Right. There is a boy in these sewers.
I cannot go back up there. No damage. Let's go.
Get out of here.
A ninja? Cowabunga! Go ninja, go ninja, go!
Oh yeah.
Trust me.
All right. Not a cyborg. So who
What happened to you?
on the street above, nah? Good need. Mafia say. Why? On a job. What's gonna happen, huh? Gonna rasp. Don't you get it? No, we.
Okay.
Why? Out. Huh? Not a badass robot ninja man. Ah. Strongest cyborg. Look all them phantoms that clothes that eye pass me.
Not like a bad enough.
Huh? Can't play. Can't kill no man. Ah, never. Tried to warn the boy. I said, "Beauty, cut out. Run your ass out of there." But them boy we don't understand. And he should. The only one for escape. But she come after me.
George, I need every detail about how you escaped.
Like Spanish or
So the
something.
kid got into the sewers through a drainage channel?
Yeah. Channel is super tight, but there's some kind of shutter next to it.
Got it. That must be where they dumped the waste.
Something else. Sounds like a desperado executed on site yesterday. Sentry Cyborg was on hand.
You should be able to review their video log, provided you can find a server access terminal. That would give us the evidence we need, as well as a little peek at the level of their technology. So what about the kid?
I made sure the area was secure and told him to sit tight. Come up?
Sure, I'll send a couple agents for you. You just focus on getting to that lab. What he said is true about the organs? To hurry.
Agreed. Riding out.
Heavy UG activity ahead. Possible they are conducting test operations while the lab is closed.
Not gonna make it easy to get into that lab. Some way you could sneak past? It's a box. How's that gonna help? It's for medical supplies. That could work, actually.
Fuck. How they always fucking catch me? They should not be able to always catch me. Like, that's fucking ridiculous. Fucking wake up, bro. It's taking like 30 years. Bro, how fucking hard you have to shake the fucking left stick? The fuck? Gotta break the controller and shit.
You're supposed to be stronger than this.
Bro, fucking break my controller for this damn shit. How does a robot get dizzy? I don't understand. How does that work for a robot? This fucking shit's annoying.
We intercepted call for backup during your last fight. The caller's position is on your Soliton radar. You can engage if you wish. It is your choice.
Right. I have determined the approximate location of the lab based on the boy's information. It is marked on your Soliton radar. your Soliton radar.
Ah, this would appear to be the UG maintenance area. You should find a terminal there. Something they use to upload mission parameters to the UG.
And something I can use to access the lab's main server?
Perhaps. But first you need to take a dump.
Wait, what?
A dump? A digital optical output mounted proxy. You'll need one to interface with the terminal. Most any UG should suffice. A tripod or the like.
I'll see what I can come up with. How do I use it?
Simply connect to it. You should be able to use your communications outlet to control the proxy UG.
Alright, let's give it a shot.
Right. I thought you said stealth ops were your specialty.
That was really fun.
Guidance. They continue to increase security
security, they may shut down all outside network connections. Do your best to avoid being. There was classified data embedded in that hand. It appears that man underwent modification at the Patriot facility, just as you did.
No damage, bro.
It's over.
For now, yeah. But that room, those were cyborg brain casings.
We saw.
George said they were harvesting organs from.
Yes, this must be why they are trafficking children. Perhaps other organs are being sold elsewhere, but they are definitely taking the brains.
Are they making cyborgs?
Wait, the cyborgs you've been fighting, like they might be kids. You said earlier that child soldiers have a telltale approach to combat.
Yeah, I didn't. Those weren't kids.
So, what? Desperado's just doing the surgeries there?
Gotta do something about all those brains. And the other kids George was talking about. Hours ago. All their brains out that fast.
True. There could still be a bunch of kids they haven't touched yet.
I better move.
He just put that shit in the back of his neck.
Splendid! It is all ours. Now, use it to locate a data input terminal. Guys are pretty jumpy now. Any funny business, and they might just open fire. Try latching onto cyborgs' heads from behind. Then, an electric shock should knock them unconscious. to download mission data and such into the UG. Let's try using it to access the lab server. Titan, I found something. One of the Sentry Cyborg's visual logs. Guess who shows up?
Patch it through.
Right away.
And there's what you already committed to the outline. A program. Oh, Georgie boy. Beer. Of course. Right straight to the brain now. Work is astonishing. And your work is light. We need to where our cover is blown. And some assholes been around. We just do not have the food quantity. Same as its own requirement. It's not like we can just pop them out with an ice cream. All right. Fine. Oh, thank you for understanding. And what do you have now? I will destroy any unharvested inventory. But have you any idea what they cost? Last I checked, weren't exactly part of the world. Of them, in fact. Bit more once we set up a new lab. I'm secure and pay. For performing service for them and the city's burden. But just gathering the orders required a significant. Yes, yes. Look at the money. Counting will be touched. Yes, yes. I assure you, our inventory. Confirm payment. Are we done here? I've got a full slate to demanding. And America has suffered long enough. Oh, yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Let me see you out.
Hey, Kev. Bonnie's killer.
Desperados they keep. We're too late.
Only one way to find out. George was still alive. Hasn't come through yet.
Maybe. Heard what he said. They've already started some brains on VR training.
There must be more than just what I found here. What about the VIP institute?
I'll find out. Definitely familiar.
Right. I'm going after the... Ninja.
What's up, Sky? Appreciate it. What you been up to? Like you can't. Man. Did not run fast enough.
Bad news, right? Can't find George.
What?
Maybe the coordinates you sent us were off?
No way. I merged the GPS location of our entry with all my movements from that point on.
Bad.
Got to him first.
I don't know. I'll have our guys sweep the area.
Thanks. Better keep moving.
What the hell? Alright, well, gotta deal with that now. That's gonna be fun.
The bastard is blocking the way. Push that thing back.
Relax, I'm doing my job. I wish I can wall run, but you can't do that. He's transforming.
Then switch to biped mode. Careful. It is whole new battle now.
Jeez, fucking cool. Oh my god. Not even hitting him. I love how it goes right through him. bitch. Grenade. Jet, electric attack. Frag grenade, I think. Let's see. Yeah, that's like a smoke grenade. This is the most like teenager game ever.
Right. I knew I'd seen that guy before. Stephen Armstrong. As in Colorado Senator Stephen Armstrong. They're already talking about him as a win for the nomination in 2020. And get this. 2 years ago, a federal grand jury investigated his ties to a certain private
World Marshal, one of the biggest MCs out there. I remember.
the biggest ever since the Big Five split up. Not to mention the largest investor in military cyborg R&D in the world. Guess that answers the question of who's backing Desperado.
Marshall, Desperado, we decided to get one headline.
Headlines? This is World Marshal and a U.S. Senator we're talking about. There won't be any headlines. Even without the Patriot filter, no major outlet will investigate allegations like these. It'll be financial and political suicide.
So we just what? Back while they keep carving up kids, stand aside while they build an army of cyborgs? Heard them. We shut down one lab, they build another. They're planning something big, Ken. We can't just wait for it to happen. Hit them first and hit them hard where it counts.
No, Raiden, no. I know what you're thinking, and just know. Colorado is in America, and America has these things called laws.
And law enforcement in Denver was privatized. Farmed out to
Marshall, yes, so what? There are still laws. Their headquarters, for Christ's sake. You'd be heading right into the heart of a raging shitstorm.
I didn't say it would be easy. We'll figure it out once the kids...
Jesus Christ. Kevin out.
That's rude.
Get off! Bullseye!
That's what I like to do to people when I don't like them. Just rip off their spine. Pretty simple.
An artificial blood cryopreserver.
Too many
They
calls,
must have
man.
begun
Too many
Everest by
calls.
freezing. What do you mean?
You call me like every minute.
Synthetic blood plasma. And slows the metabolism of a harvested organ, circulating this plasma to sustain oxygen levels. You can preserve an arm, a brain, any body part for several hours.
What are they and why?
Could not say. Perhaps they plan to sell off the organs of the children they were told to dispose of.
Unbelievable.
We'd best hurry, Raiden.
Right.
Stop right there.
George. I did.
Perform. Are those? Much of it? Adios, muchachos.
With that glass, and I'll blow his brains out.
Wild. That's not nice.
Surrender. You decide. For the many, for the needs of the few.
I did. Don't worry about me now.
Quiet, pendejo. Surrender. I won't ask again.
George. Are you sure? I'm ready. I've known. But if we don't, to hell with me.
Cállate.
All I need.
Stop it. Now. I'll kill him. I swear.
Let's go, George. I'm like, just kill me. Take me out of the world. Yay, 2 S's. Let's go. Got a new uniform. What do we have? What do we have? This is funny. That's some cyborg body white arm. This is the one I have. Commando white. Yeah, still don't have enough. What about unique? Ooh, pole arm. Kinda wanna save it. defensive offense, arrow parries, sky high, sweep kick, thunderstroke. I want to save my money. Yeah, we save our money. But I do know what I want. But I'm not going to spend my cash yet. We are going to Denver, I think.
Police are still investigating motive. President Hamilton is on his way to the Middle East this morning for his scheduled visit to Pakistani President Salam. It is as an attempt by the U.S. to strengthen relations, a surge of anti-American sentiment.
No! Your brother!
George, up and about. How you feeling?
Never better, nah? No pain, no for star while them hungry spit. And me never ever feel so weak, nah?
Blood sugar levels are automatically.
What's up?
Beat the hell out of coffee.
Oh! Then here you go while I got them
Hello.
in your face. Why the rat you not take me with ya, huh?
Sorry, kid.
He sounds.
Just be.
He sounds like me.
Sorry.
That's how I talk.
I thought you want to be a
Bruh.
But
fun and game. Remember that.
right.
He's hilarious.
Not of your enemies, but you hold it back.
Yeah, just remember that.
Okay. That's crazy. This is like a movie, bro.
Private, what is this, Kenya? You cannot resign.
Sorry, Boris, it's done. Can't have a maverick involved in a corporate raiding now, can we?
You could at least come talk to me.
No. Time to break away from the old team, Boris. Past time.
Cannot take on martial law by yourself.
I won't sit by while they butcher little kids and ship their parts around like me. It's sick.
Not all so simple, Ryder.
I agree.
Import those brains legally for medical purposes. It's all done.
Being
You
legal
gotta
doesn't
fight-
make it right.
Ryder.
I'm ready. Don't spoil
That
anything.
thought.
I'm watching a movie right now. Like this is this is intense. There's so much happening. I forgot about my dog. Got copy. I just did a whole car flip. Jesus Christ.
I will patrol ahead.
Okay.
Military cyborg, we're not licensed to operate in this area. You're in violation of state and federal law.
Guess you better arrest me.
104 I've been threatening a peace officer. Deadly force is authorized.
You're not gonna win. I'm just telling you that right now.
classified Patriot information was in that man's holographic memory.
Alright. Ooh, rock launcher. Oh. I can't cut it up. I think I need to kill him first. Thank you. Oh, okay, gotcha. Oh, nice. That's it? I can't take it? I can't take it with me? Damn. That sucks. Eliminate the cyber. Oh shit, I didn't even see him there. All posters and life-size boys do that? Okay. Appreciate that. I did not know that, but I didn't know that. Call them both, I think. Nice.
road is blocked by barricade. We will proceed through the buildings. You will follow me.
Jesus Christ. Got that. I want to see if we can fight these fucking mechs. Okay, it's not close enough. Okay. Barely touched him. Too many of them. What? What do I need to... Okay. But it's so much fun. I just like to use it. It's fun. cut once. Okay. I missed it. I missed the prompt.
HQ, requesting the zone be designated for heightened security. Roger. Upgrading security status.
Just running around in circles. Over here. I love how you're just watching him just get cut up. Get more points that way.
More Patriot impact. Bring me more. And maybe I can develop something interesting from it.
If you see something awesome, make a clip. If you see something dope, make a clip. If you can.
Your route through Denver has been plotted based on data culled from various security systems. I took the liberty of adding a guidance device to your chassis to ensure you do not stray too far. Handy, eh?
Righty. I am heading through the building on the opposite side of the street. Follow me.
I can't go down.
Here comes more of them.
Cut down all three of them at the same time. Where are the rest of you fuckers? Use the staff? I didn't buy it yet. That was fun. Very therapeutic, I would say. I will buy it on my next free time. So I can break the glass. Oh, you can't break the glass? That's lame.
Ryder, what's your status?
Crashed my car. I'll have to go the rest of the way on foot.
You'd really have to do this.
Look, I'm fed up with all of it. Companies like ours, yours, bend the laws when it's suits. Why not bend it when it can save innocent lives?
Ryder.
He has a point.
Boris, listen to me. That VR train. They'll be warped into killing machines. They'll be set on POWs. Billions. One atrocity after another.
Like what you went through.
Can't have any more Jack the Rippers. Saw what happened with George. I'm doing it, Boris. I have to. I can't save those kids from becoming cyborgs, but I can stop them from becoming murderers.
So you succeed. So you get all the brains back. Then what?
Just so happens I know cybernetics.
Doctor. But he cannot.
My mind, Boris. My fight now.
And your wife and son? What of them?
They're in New Safe.
This nigga married?
Understand why I have to do this.
All
Facts.
right, then. You do realize Marshall has the contract for law enforcement throughout the city. They are the law in the... Well then. Officially, Maverick Incorporated condemns you and your actions as unlawful. And a pain in the asshole. Now, increase your codec encryption. Do not worry about the lag.
And unofficial.
I'll do all I can over the codec to help. I do not like what those Mudaki are doing any more than you.
Спасибо, товарищ. Спасибо.
The next ad starts in 20 seconds. Can I cut down the plants? Hello guys. Oh yeah. That's not what I was trying to do. God damn it. God damn it. Let me use my rocket launcher on you. I don't give you that much. No, look at this. They're low-key fast. Easy. Stop moving. I think he's like long dead. The staff is more effective when you...
You will find an elevator inside that
Okay.
office. Use it to reach the roof.
I will buy it. I think I can
Minimize enemy
buy it
encounters.
now, actually. I have enough. Really? You can't just buy it now? The fact I don't have enough for this damn weapon is crazy. Gotta wait. Oh wait, I don't mind. X-ray inside the building? Okay.
Raiden, you will find an elevator inside that office. to reach the roof. Traveling atop buildings will minimize enemy encounters.
What? Why do you do that? I don't like that.
Nice hiding spot.
What the
Where
hell?
did you learn that from?
Sorry that I had to do that to you. I just had to. Oh my god, okay. Guys, relax. Guys, relax. Get up. Come on, get up. It's an elevator? Elevator fight. Don't waste money on weapons.
Doc, what's your
I'm
status?
only
I am
skills.
reviewing the pre-flight checklist now.
Skills
I
because
have
the
hired contractors to handle shipping
the
the brain units.
final
They should be
boss
airborne
is
in
really.
just a few minutes.
Okay, got you.
Sure you can pilot that chopper by
Copy.
yourself?
Right. Of
Make
course.
sure
Need I
to
remind you that
do
we
that.
live in the golden age of unmanned flight? Unmanned helicopters possess a robust semi-automatic mode. It's simple, really. So
Appreciate
simple
the
that I can
tips.
continue to monitor your status and world marshal security from the pilot seat. I must say, for the world's largest PMC, their security procedures are quite poor. Quite poor. Sadly, I did not have the necessary permissions to override their plans. Nevertheless, the data I did find should prove most useful. So please, do feel free to contact me whenever you like.
Appreciate it, Doc.
Well, it's not every day one has the chance to collect so many brains. Think of the data, the research. Oh, and of course, your personal safety concern as well.
What? Oh. Okay. Alright. I just got a big ass drum can. I don't know that. I don't know what that is for, but okay. Click. That song was just too good. Give me your spine. Just watched him explode. Oh.
Cannot be. Raiden, what happened? You're supposed to be stronger than this.
That was funny. Oh shit! I didn't mean that to happen. That was hilarious. That was a mistake. Shut up. I already fought you guys, but you guys do give me a lot of money, so I'm just gonna do it again. This time faster. Oh no. Good. I think he's dead. Where are we supposed to go? How you get that? On the other side? No. On the other side? Okay, I just love how I miss. Complete. Like 3 times.
Comes another attack.
Let me hold the. Yeah, no. That's insane. Oh, 2 at the same time. Let's fucking go. Okay, alright. Alright, nah, yeah, I'm dead getting jumped right now. But whatever these fucking birds are. Stupid birds. Uh, EMPs? Copy. I think I do. I'm the ladder, but not really, because he's a ninja. Who's this dude? Let's take care of these freaking flying people first. Get down from the sky. Let's see. What do we have? Drum can, cardboard box, 3D photo frame, magnetic grenade, jamming grenade, red phosphorus grenade, whatever the fuck that is, and a regular grenade. So I don't think I have that. Let's try. Let's try. Oh my god. Oh shit, okay, nice. That worked out in my favor completely. Wow, nice. He just rocked me in the face with a sledgehammer. God damn. Where you go? There's so many clips to be made. It's insane. What the A? Let's go. I'm impatient. Come on. Let me through. Okay. Too many to fight this helicopter. Oh shit! All right. Did I hit it? I gotta see. Fuck you. That's crazy. Huh? He is surely dead. Got achievement. Or a trophy. Whatever you want to call them. Got that Chung Lee status on deck. Oh, miss. He's just consistently bleeding out.
Cannot proceed any There is a freight railroad underground. The elevator ahead will take you to it.
Copy, dog. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. That's not safe.
This must be the railroad.
It would appear so.
I
Likely part of
remember
Denver's
playing
old
this
system.
game.
This
This
city was a major
is a
transport
dope
hub in these early years
Metal
of freight trains.
Gear game, my
This particular
favorite.
line appears to have been abandoned
Glad you
some
enjoyed
time
the
ago.
stream.
It was originally constructed
This
to
is my
transport supplies
first
to an underground
ever
factory.
Metal
But now,
Gear
it seems even the electrical system is no longer functioning.
game.
Yeah.
Never play any of them.
As a cyborg,
We chillin'
I trust
as
this
we
is not
chillin'.
a
Happy
serious
Monday.
concern.
We play Metal Gear. Bro, I forgot the title. I forgot the title of the game, not gonna lie. Playing Metal Gear Rising Revengeance for the first time. I forgot I can just use my thing. I vaguely played them on PS2, so this is nice to see. Well, I never played none of them until today, so this is my first time playing. I am having fun. The first time I was struggling like crazy. I died like 5 times from one boss, and that shit had me raging. But I passed it, and now we are here. So far, I am doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. Can't complain. Ah, fuck, they saw me. They saw me. They saw me. I wasn't trying to get seen. I'm not trying to fight in the dark. Guys, I'm sorry. Guys, I'm sorry. Guys, get the fucking apes. Guys, I'm sorry. The only thing that says you can't run with your whatever this shit is called.
Up ahead. Use it to return to the surface.
Well, if these dudes will stop chasing me, like it's a fucking horror game, I'll be fine. This is not a horror game, but god damn it, they make it look. They make it look. They make it look like one, and it's quite terrifying. And now I can't leave. They they had me trapped because now I gotta kill all of these fuckers now, which that wasn't the plan. I was trying to just get my stuff. Now I gotta. Now I try to die. Oh my god. I'm like his fucking play toy. Like, I'm just getting tossed around. No, he just drop kicked me. He keeps drop. There we go. Oh, he's dead. Wait, I'm just trying to leave. I really can't see anything. It's pitch black. That's where I needed to go.
Right. It would appear your only way forward is to return to the surface. You will exit into an evacuated commercial district. Security is heavy, but you need not worry about collateral damage when engaging the enemy.
About time. Finally, I can cut loose.
Proceed to the right from the exit. You will find a stairway on your right. Those stairs lead to a shortcut to World Marshal Headquarters. Do not be distracted by the advertisements. You are not here as a tourist.
I'll just buy a quick souvenir or two from Rose, and that'll be it.
Raiden, must hurry.
Remind me to teach you about sarcasm sometime.
I understand your attempts at humor. I simply do not find them entertaining.
I'm dead. He's like, you are bad at jokes. And you cannot make me laugh. So stop trying. Definitely miss a couple
You
of
have
them.
almost reached World Marshal Headquarters.
Whoa! Where's the naked babe? This missile's just like following me, bro. If you see something nice, please make a clip.
It appears there are enemies on the
Be
overpass.
appreciated.
I suggest cutting the road supports. That should bring it down.
I'm cutting down a whole bridge. That's insane. I thought I was gonna do something. Can we get 100 hit combo? Can we get a 100 combo log? Oh, we got 99. Damn it. And I think that is the max you can go is 99. With the naked babes. I just blew up the car. Not bad. Took his spine.
Head for the next objective marker.
Stop telling me what to do. Do what I want. When I want. I don't know why I broke that. This is making me want to play Bayonetta, which I downloaded, so we definitely gonna be playing that as well. Next Icon Slash is Metal Gear looks pretty sick. It's really fun. I'm enjoying it. But I do need to finish my backlog of games though, because I have a lot that I need to finish. I only seen ones with guns. Oh, you are in for a treat, sir. Bayonetta is a fire freaking game, and if you never played it, you need to play it. It's a fantastic game. Sadly, the second one was made for the Switch, which is kind of bad, but it's whatever, I guess. This dog is everywhere, bro. Where the fuck is he? Let's go. With the A combat ring.
That's my boy.
Nice. Gotta do it for the Asian women. I need to make myself some food. I guess a hamburger. Hamburger.
Surely signed up for this. Right on the dotted line in their beer contract. Surely they're no strangers to fact. Times they already lost a lead. Times they were out of work, starving on the street. Sign up for surgery to fight God knows where. How else would you provide for your family? Countries embroiled in a civil war. Down, pumped full of fear-inhibiting nanomachines and sent right into the blender. Your blender? That's right. Mine and right in. Knives. Ready. Those battlefield emotions with the nanosuppress. What are you talking about?
The way he killed all the others. He's trying not to kill them, and it sucks. He is hearing all their thoughts, and it's like, bro. Oh shit. Could just leave, I think, right? No? Probably can't just leave. They probably won't like that. How's that not an A?
Eyes. Promise. Others. Mind our own. Upset.
I can't do that. I need to fight. It's in my blood. It's in my blood. Fighting is all I know. Trying to find more posters. I'm so drained. Oh my god. Pick that up. The fuck? Oh god, this is gonna be a pain in the ass. Come on now. We're getting there. We're close. The World Marshal. We got this. I'm not trying to fight anybody in this state. Okay, never mind. I guess we do have to fight them. I'm just trying to walk away, bro.
Not so black and white now, is it? Your cause just? Or is that just what you tell yourself? Fuck you. How pleased you are to chop away, Jack the Ripper. My name is Monsoon, of the Winds of Destruction.
That's an ugly outfit.
I guessed as much.
What the okay. That's unsettling to see. I don't like that. Stop doing that. That's a strange power.
Feasting on the insides of your enemy? How easily you ignore the loss of life when it suits your convenience. Tell me, who saves the weak from the man who saves the weak? You're the ones exploiting them. Take advantage of their weakness. Of course they get hurt when you set them up as your human shield. Kill or be killed, Jack. Phnom Penh taught me that. Yes, you aren't the only one to grow up on the or as a cruel parent, but an effective final lesson is carved to the world and all its people. Free will is a myth. Joke. By something. Day of the soul.
pass on. Expose someone to anger long enough, they become a barrier. Breathe. How about food? Enemy can't fight nature, Jack. Rain falls, and the strong prey upon the weak. Sam tells me weapon as something that survives, a means of justice. Now there's a pretty mean fix. It spared you the burden of all the lives you absolved you of guilt when you enjoyed it.
I feel like he had
That
more
is
to
until
say.
the illusion was broken. Don't be ashamed. It's only nature running its course. You have no choices. Nothing to answer. Die with a clear conscience. Right. About me. I knew something was off after the. I thought I could walk off the battlefield to a normal life. But here I am, surrounded by death, arguing philosophy with terrorists. I told myself this was about justice, about protecting the weak, but I was wrong. Then you admit. I learned young that killing your enemies felt good. Really good. America, my friends, my family, helped me devil inside. But who am I kidding? I was born to kill. It's about my soul. That means justice stuff. I guess I needed something to check when I was deep in bodies.
That's what she said.
But you, all this is a wake-up call to what I really believe, what I really am. What do you say? I'm saying Jack is back. Monsoon. Doctor, turn off my pain inhibitors.
What? This is madness. You
Do it!
It's getting real. It's getting real.
This is why I fight. When I bust that bad one.
That's crazy.
This is my normal.
It's a wild sentence.
You've lost your mind.
The one that just came with several pieces of his own body, like floating or some shit. That nigga just lost all humanity now. He is just a killing machine. There is no thoughts running through his head.
Who's next? I'll take this dance. No, Sam. Report back to the. Fine. You're the boss. I misjudged you. You are like us after all. Now you're just being nasty.
That's a good laugh. That's a really good
You
laugh.
love so much. Want to know how I got it? Actually, why don't I give you a demonstration? I think it's time for Jack to let her rip.
Is one of these fights? Oh, you know it's gonna be annoying. If a person does these type of tricks, you know the fight is gonna be hella annoying. I love how he just like waited too. That was very nice of him. I have one left. That's crazy. I think that's gonna work. I don't know.
This one's on me!
What are you doing? He's oh my god. That's insanity. You just threw a fucking plane. Like that's gonna do something. And that gives you health. Okay, nice. Bitch! What happened? Where'd he go? Welcome to the jungle. What the fuck is this, bro? What's wrong with this man? Oh, you lucky. You know what? That's kind of sick. I can't lie. That's kind of fire. But like, you pissing me off though. So weird ass body and shit. Like, he. That's not gonna do anything. Okay, that's not gonna do anything either. This is just a phase. So I can't really do anything to him. Oh, he has to go. Fuck! Look, fuck! He's unconscious! What? I know what's happening. What's happening? I'm doing pretty good. What the fuck? Okay, so I can't cut through that. What is the fucking bay wheel? Like, come on now.
I have won this.
Have you really won? I don't know. Oh, that should have worked.
Give it up. Too fast for that.
How you block that, bro?
What's wrong?
Damn. He almost died.
Raiden!
Shouldn't have wasted that last thing. That could have been a first fight finisher, bro. But he caught me at the end. That could have been a first fight. Falling and lightning. Stormbringer. I bought all the upgrades in one shot. Bought all new skills in one go. God damn it, that's a... Do I got new things? I just bought mad shit.
Fear the unseen much, Jack? No more here.
I don't know if it does anything, but I'm trying it.
Give it up.
I got all new moves, baby. Some telekinesis bullshit.
This one's on me!
I'm not ready yet.
Backhand rule!
I almost missed a plane. Dude, the fucking staff goes nutty. The staff goes nutty. This shit crazy. I see what you mean. The staff goes nuts. Bro, nah, this shit crazy. My camera angle just bugged out right there. This time I caught all of them.
Magnetic force, Jack! Nature's
It's only gonna take me 2 tries.
power!
I was not letting him kill me like that again. Oh my god, just sparks just right near my face. Oh shit. Why would you fucking just stand here? No, never mind. Oh my god. Oh my god. You're supposed to block that? Oh. I was just running around it.
I have won this.
Well, that's good to know now.
Give it up.
That one stupid handshake can not do that. I don't really know how to block like that. I just be blocking.
I hope you choke. Or to take it.
Why is it not working this time?
Does it hurt?
Where do you go now?
Give it up. Too bad for that. You lost this one. Give it up.
I can't see. What is he doing?
So this is Jack's terrifying true form.
Bitch. Oh, I fucked myself over with that. I fucked myself over. Coach again. That fucking arm shit is pissing me off.
Too bad for that. Too bad for that.
Oh. You fucking.
Give it up. You'll rock. Too bad for that.
Oh my god. This is why everybody think boss battles, they're fucking pussies because they stay doing the most gayest shit. I don't really know how to block. That's the thing. It just happens.
Too bad for that.
It just happens.
This one's on me.
Okay, that's definitely not what the fuck you do. I don't know how to block it correctly. He is almost fucking dead, so. He is almost dead. If I keep stop running in the fucking wrong direction of the map. Oh my god, I just throw a big ass monument at me.
I'll put you under, weakling.
What am I supposed to do with this? Oh my god. This don't look good.
Now what will
He's doing so much just to not fucking lose, bro. This is why niggas hate bosses. Because they fucking pussies. Do all this bullshit for like no reason.
show as you please?
Let's fucking go! That took me 2 tries. And I got a B. That's better than a C. Fucking
You suck.
fuck off.
Or be killed. Don't be ashamed. It's only
I almost had him the first
you're mean.
fight, but then I fucked up.
Here. No, I passed one.
That was a good fight, though. That was a very fun fight, but god damn.
The slaughter
He's annoying.
will continue. Now, I return to the earth. Wind blows. Rain falls. The strong prey on the weak. All is as it should be.
Raiden?
I'm fine, Kevin. Relax. I'll get the brains. Don't want this. Or anyone else.
All right, man.
Later.
How much of the game we got left, I'm not sure. But I've been flying. Been flying through it, though. We got 3 A's, a bunch of B's, and like 3 C's. Tactical. Oh, we got the tactical side. Nice. Still can't afford the new blade. Okay. Definitely getting more life. We got all the skills, bro. I practically have everything. Enhancement. Whoa, whoa. Fox. Okay, we need to save up money for that then. Bro, I have practically everything. Practically everything. Oh, okay, we definitely saving up. Definitely saving up that money now. Someone just followed me. Who just dropped me a follow?
You killed Monsoon. I'm impressed. The brains are in the server room undergoing training. Knock yourself out. Go nuts.
Go nuts. He's so swifty with it. What else? What else can he do with it? Hold down. Sky. Whoa, what the fuck is. Okay. Left stick down up triangle. Oh. Oh. Okay. How the fuck do you do that? Oh, I just did it. Oh, shit. Okay, nice. Hold. Nice, nice, okay. Defensive offense. That's the blade. Okay, what about the size? Let's look at. Oh, no, that's a wrong button. Wrong button. This curse out here, bro. Pressing all the wrong buttons. Wait. That's all you can do with it? Oh, okay. Now it just turned purple. What the fuck? What does that do though? Okay, that's interesting. Alright. But we are beefed up. Shut up.
Watch out! Keep on coming!
Oh, and we got Reaper mode. I don't want to waste it, but bro, we breakdancing on these fools, bro. We breakdancing on them. No, this game is sick. Got Reaper mode and shit. Yo, this is awesome. Reaper mode is too. This stuff is the best weapon. I feel like out of the 3, 4 things, this is the best one. I'm breakdancing on these fools, bro.
Raiden, Sundowner contacted you from the top floor. Time to make your way up there.
I was just having a little bit of fun. Take all these, thank you. All these will be in my possession.
The elevators appear to be disabled, which we should have expected, I suppose.
I will access the control unit. Perhaps you can hack an elevator and make it operational.
Ooh, splendid idea. By all means, yes. Seems the guards are storming the building. Raiden, get back to the entrance. Buy me some time to get this elevator operational.
Do not stray too far from the elevators, Raiden. Use the weapons around you to slow them down.
I was about to
Throw
kick some
everything at them you
ass.
can. You can control that UGT as well, yes? Give them hell.
Is it a turret? It is a turret. Oh yeah. This game is not for children. I just got a fucking grenade thrown at me, like. I love the red. So clean.
Wunderbar! My hack was a success. Board the elevator, Raiden. For security purposes, the building is divided into upper and lower halves. The lower area consists of offices and meeting space for staff and visitors, while confidential military projects and technical research are restricted to the upper levels.
So that's where the brains in the server room are. Up top.
Indeed. But that elevator can only access the lower floors. You need to get to the 20th floor and pass the security gate there to reach the upper area.
Let me guess. Time to find another left hand?
Well, that is the problem. Security cyborgs would not have sufficient clearance. But managers and senior staff have already been evacuated, no doubt.
So,
The only option is to cut the power to the security gate, which will not be easy. It is powered by no less than 3 systems, including a backup power supply. You will
Someone
need to
just
destroy all of the electrical control panels to disable them. In any case, you should arrive at the 20th floor soon. The electrical panels are most likely hidden in the walls. Use your enhanced AR to search for any unusual heat sources inside the walls there.
Yeah, almost missed one.
That's my boy.
Oh, she look good. That's my boy. It's funny.
Contact! Ah, they found you. No choice now.
Where am I facing at, bro? I'm just getting blown up back and forth. And these dogs aren't really helping my situation.
Use your enhanced AR to search for any unusual heat sources inside the walls there. Ah, the security gate. It is composed of steel alloy bonded by a high-frequency electrical current. Should unlock once the power has been cut. There should be an electrical panel nearby. Use your enhanced AR to locate it. There should be an electrical panel nearby.
Bro, shut the
Use your
fuck
enhanced
up.
AR to locate it.
We heard you the first 5 times. Thank you.
There should be an electrical panel nearby. Use your enhanced AR to locate it. Good. One down, 2 to go. Keep at it, Raiden.
Where is it?
Excellent. Just one more. Keep on coming.
I just broke the window. Oh, okay, God, jeez, God, damn.
Get off!
Go! That's what we're talking about. It's open. I missed one.
Yes, that should take care of security. Now, head back to the gate.
Contact. He knocked the wind out of me. Oh, let's go. What we talking about?
Guidance, shall I activate your pain inhibitors now?
No, come off. I need it this way.
Well, as you wish. I must say, I have turned more than a few men into cyborgs, but you, well, your past is most,
What you getting at, Doc? Most of the time, you're working with first world ex-military, grown men. Compared to the average third world child soldier, I can't really complain. Most of them, they're the sort of gorillas your typical patient gets paid to slaughter.
perhaps, but,
This shouldn't be you, Doc.
yes, but,
Look, just help me take care of those brains after I bring them back. I do my business, you do yours.
Capiche?
yes. They're pouring in from everywhere. This is crazy. You do not have to fight every enemy you encounter, Ryzen. Try and keep moving.
That's no fun. They all need to die by my hands. You better be dead after that. Okay, now we can leave. Contact. I need some help, thank you. Well, that did quite a lot, actually. Yes, yes, I did. Took me a minute, but I did. And I'm enjoying it I'm enjoying it much more now. Because I was getting annoyed in the beginning, but we got the hang of it now. You missed some crazy fights. You missed some insane shit. But this game is really fun. Having a blast. How was picking up your how was picking up your brother in-law? Was the was the was the drive smooth?
Bullseye!
83 hits.
All these sliders in the area. Perhaps they could be put to use.
This is such a game from the early 2000s. It's crazy. Like, look at all the shit that is happening right now. This is such a 2000s game. It's ridiculous. I was trying to... I couldn't move over.
Keep climbing like that. It will be much easier for you.
Oh, I can just jump. Okay.
Good, Ryder. Yeah. What's wrong? Answer me.
That's the same spot that I died the first time.
Keep climbing like that. It will be much easier for you. Good, Ryder. Yes.
Alright, we got it. This game is cinematic. 1,000%. Like, it's just straight action. And I got a D. That's ass. Not gonna lie, that's ass. A D, really? I deserve better than a D.
Now, yeah? Almost there. I have just finished analyzing the latest security data. You should find an indoor garden up ahead.
A garden? Sounds fancy.
A Japanese garden, to be precise. It is an area set aside for VIPs. Apparently, one of World Marshal's directors is a rather serious Japanese culture enthusiast.
Alright.
Platinum Game
So what's this got
Plus
to do with me?
Hideo
Something I need from the garden.
Kojima
Not
would
at all.
lead to...
You need only pass through that area
Yeah,
to ride at a free
yeah.
elevator.
That is
And
very
don't
true.
go to the elevator controls through
That
the
is
unit
very
hijacked
true.
downstairs.
And that
I
is coming from a
located the
person that
server room as
loves
well.
his
You can reach it via the freight
his
elevator.
Japanese role playing
Chemistry, my dear Raiden.
games.
Now,
Like
head to the garden.
didn't team? No, I'm thinking about somebody else. Never mind. Thinking about somebody else. Thinking about another Japanese man. Thinking about another Japanese man. Ooh, this is nice. This is sick. I like this. This reminds me of Ninja Gaiden. Bro, look at my new weapons! Fucking fire! Fucking nasty with it, boy. Oh damn! I'm glad you're back. I need a new mod. If anybody wanna be a new mod, let me know. If you wanna take up that job. Ooh. Nick is getting so many points. That is what I'm trying to do. So let's see what happens. No promises, because I don't want to let anybody down. So no promises. But let's see. Like I said, I don't want to let anybody down, so no promises. If it happens, you know? Get up! Get up! Get up! Get up! Get up! I don't think he can get up. Come on. Oh, 1-0. He's not dead yet. 120. Oh, no, 130? 125. 125 hits on one person. And that's an A, baby. Let's go. Is there any? There has to be something back here. There's nothing back here? That's surprising. What's the entrance? Coming through! I just love how I just got rock along. Let me show you my new move, guys. I want to show you my new moves. Let me show you my new moves. Stop it. Let me show you my new moves. You being mean. I'm trying to show you something and you're not letting it happen. What? Stop it. Back up. Now look at my new move. Oh, you saw that? Sexy, right? I know. Crazy. Crazy moves, right? I know. Fucking legendary. Games like these was... That's true. You're right. They are pretty quick. You're not wrong. I agree with that. The camera angles are fucking disgusting. Can I break this?
The main exit is sealed. I very
much doubt you can get through there. The catwalk above you is connected to a corridor meant for transporting materials. You can take that to the elevator.
What we got? Okay. Oh, he spotted me. He coming. He's coming for his ass. He spotted me and he's coming for his ass. Some Ninja Gaiden times fucking 20 right here. Jesus Christ. Can I go oh my god, okay. I'm trying to go Reaper mode. Reaper mode! They all die like a couple of hits. And it doesn't really last that long. Get out of here. I'm having the best stream right now. Very fun. I appreciate everyone being here and chatting and lurking. Appreciate the time you guys are spending in chat. There's one more left. One more to go. No, actually two more. What's the last one? Wait, how you... What the fuck? How you get that one? What is everyone up to? It's almost 11 o'clock, I think. It's soon going to be 11. Parkour! Oh, fail. Parkour! Okay, we got we got stuck. Stairway to Heaven. I mean, I'm supposed to jump over it? Oh no. Okay. I know where to go.
Alright, follow the catwalk straight ahead to reach the elevator.
No, the fuck? I was running a little bit too fast. We got it, we got it, we got it, we got it.
Apologies, Raiden. I seem to have fallen behind.
No worries. Actually, I should thank you.
What are you talking about?
If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have gotten Jack back.
Then, that is your true nature.
More or less. Still interested?
I find no reason to alter my objectives. From the moment we met, you have acted on emotional urges. You speak of protecting those weaker than you. Such people number in the billions. It is impossible. You cannot save every human being in the world. You cannot save every street child. After extended observation, I have come to a conclusion. Your actions are rooted in affinity for those from similar circumstances as yours.
No. Not much of a hero after all, huh?
However, your emotional status is understandable. Perhaps I share this same affinity.
Well, if that's what you feel, then glad to have you along.
Roger.
You can reach the server room via the freight elevator just ahead.
If you don't get to see the full stream, I'm going to upload it to YouTube. So if you want to watch it there, you can. All of my links are in the bottom of the stream. If you want to go check them out, that'd be much appreciated. Excuse me. I just coughed directly into the microphone. He has no legs. And now he's obliterated. Can I break this? Come to daddy. I despise that word with every fiber of my soul. Drop it, give me 20. Just one of y'all three? Well, my fingers are starting to hurt. Did he just move? That's crazy. That was a cow noise.
Another freight platform. Look out! Incoming!
Well, clearly don't really know how to block. Well, you know, it's fine. That's just disrespectful.
Careful, Raiden. The elevator cannot take much more of this. Come to that adjacent platform. Oh, the platform is losing speed. Scheiße! The tripods are interfering. Raiden, clear them out of the shaft. Do not let them block the elevator.
Get off!
Get out of my way.
Raiden, to the other elevator. Raiden, hurry!
I'm busy kicking ass. Longest combo 38. Zendatsu 3.
We are deploying security from the top floor to the freight elevators. You pass to the server room lead right through them.
Oh, no. Jesus Christ. Trying to fight the dudes in the air. Oh my god. Dude, things that fly are the worst. Well, I did do fucking nothing. I love Gorilla Grog. No matter how hard you shake it, it's like that nigga just don't let go. Bro, he's pissing me off! Bro, what the fuck you have to do? Bro! I'm gonna break my fucking controller with this damn fight.
Yeah, deploying security from the top floor to the
Fucking gorillas, bro.
elevators. You pass to the server room leads right through them.
Trying to fight the flying shits. Oh, come on. Those fucking gorillas. I realize I don't have to fight them no more, but like they've been pissing me off, so they need to die. Fucking gorilla, bro, you need to die. Y'all need to die. Where'd he go? Bro, he jumped so much, can't even fucking see him. I was literally shaking the controller, but whatever. I was not losing. I was not losing. I was gonna win that fight. And damn right I did win that fight.
The server rooms ahead?
Yes, according to what I have here.
What should I expect to find? They're VR training those brains. I'm guessing it won't look like your typical IT department.
Quite right. Most of it will likely be occupied by life support units. Feeding oxygen and nutrition to the brains they have stored, you know. They would also need a server to feed them the VR data, but in terms of structure, it's really more brain storage and maintenance than a server room. But no doubt it makes a convenient euphemism for what they are really doing there.
Yeah, like how CIA refer to where they work as the company.
Indeed. Something like that would never arouse the suspicions of rank-and-file staff who may hear it. And I'm sure those complicit in this operation feel better not calling it the training room. Even something so simple as a name can help one ignore the truth of what they are doing. Truly fascinating how the human brain works.
So this whatever room, that's where Sundowners work, right? Wants a fight. I wish he'd just get on with it. Time to run and hide.
Well, he is in charge of security, but I suspect this is not about business. If I had to guess, I would say he is toying with you, testing you, perhaps.
Whatever he's doing, won't change what's going to happen once I finally catch up with him.
I have reached the Japanese garden. Please continue on your way.
There are no more heals. I don't know what that is. The fox blade. About every skill practically besides one. Excuse me.
What? This troll.
Oh, we just going straight into the fight?
Their body, if I had to guess, likely controlled by an AI.
Oh yeah, that is not her. She is actually dead. Where she go? Where she go? He wastes my fucking Reaper with these stupid little bots. I got grenades too. Or a rocket launcher. Even better. Take those. Wasn't that a fun fight? It's very fun. Kicked their ass. Twice.
And the spare monsoon? Well, if it's AI controlled, it should pose no problem for you, yes?
Body double's crazy. I didn't shoot him. Would have been funny if it worked. But it didn't. I don't know what this is. What is this? That move is so annoying. Even the body double is hard. The dubstep. Stop being Mr. Foe. Oh, you have like one hit left. Stop being a whore. Come on. Oh, is this nigga, bro? I like one hit left. He wanna be a fucking pansy and not get hit. Fucking annoying. Like one hit left. One hit. It would have been over, but no. You an annoying bastard.
A spare body if I had... Yes, slightly controlled by an AI.
Yeah, that ain't doing shit, clearly.
And the spare monsoon? Well, if it's AI controlled, it should pose no problem for you, yes?
That's the wrong one. I have no more of those. Okay. I thought I was gonna do something, but didn't do shit. This smoke grenades or whatever the fuck he uses are so annoying. Oh god. This nigga cannot stand still for like a fucking minute, bro. Like how annoying is that shit? And he does like the same shit over and over. He's running for the movie, right? Bro, nothing works on this guy. Like, that's so not fair. Like, fucking nothing works on him. Like, who the fuck wanna, like, deal with that? You can suck a dick, bro. Fuck! Yes! God! Fight him twice! It's a pain in the ass.
Keep going, Ryan. You are almost to the server room.
Don't disrupt the students while class is in session. Properly. The lesson plan. Same regimen you went through in Liberia. Effective program. Just look how you turned out. Of course, running it in the real world got a bit too complicated. Doing it virtually, though, no fuss, no muss. Straight to the brain. Like a dream. Well, maybe a dream. chose them. They're kids, you son of a bitch. Kids are cruel. All people are by nature. They just lose touch with it as they get older. Start thinking they know right and wrong. That's immoral. Or crime this, code of conduct that. Can mold, manipulated to performing all kinds of atrocity. And there's nothing like a good atrocity. We're going. That's why I'm shutting you down. Just don't see the bigger picture, do you? Say you bring this whole place down. Waltz out of the rubble with all these precious brains. Nothing. All the guys in charge are long gone. We've got offices around the world. We're just suppliers. We don't create the market for war. And who does? The Patriots are gone. Those guys just manage the war economy. They didn't invent it. Think every battle in here is all part of some goal conspiracy? Bullshit! War is just part of who we are. Why fight it? None of this would matter in 3 hours. Man for people about to skyrocket. Like the good old days after 9/11. What are you talking about? Not here. Follow me.
Raiden, get Sundowner. Do not lose him this time.
Oh, let's go. Fuck. I can do the first one, but not the second one. I'm trying to get the one on that side. Fuck it, whatever. Let's go. We missed one. It's not gonna be dead in the world. Is he the last boss?
How's this, Jack? We can play up here without damaging the merchandise.
What happens in 3 hours?
Don't matter. You're too late. Even at Mach 2, you wouldn't make it. Killing you gonna take some time. Slow and painful. Like I said, kids are cruel, Jack. And I'm very in touch with my inner child. You can be crueler than that, Jack. Too slow. Explosive out. Right. Keep your blade away from the shield. Come on. Try and hit. I'm fucking invincible! Your body should analyze it for you. Show you where to attack so it does not detonate. If you can only hit the right spot with your blade, maybe you can drop his guard. Can't lay a finger on me! Bring this to you, Jack! Too slow! Hey, what's wrong? Anthony! Aiden!
How do you have a helicopter fighting with
You
you?
can be crueler than that, Jack.
Can you get on? Give me time to fight this stupid helicopter. Can you fucking focus? Oh, no, no more fucking rocket launchers.
Your body should analyze it for you. Show you where to attack so it does not detonate. If you can only hit the right spot with your blade, maybe you can drop his guard.
No, you're just stupid. I need to figure out how fast I can turn this the side purple and take out the stupid helicopter. It's fucking annoying. Even the little fucking sparks? Fucking camera angles is not helping in this game. Can you fuck off? Damn, man. Fucking camera, work with me. Is every boss in this game a bitch? Can't land a finger on me, like nigga suck a dick. That's ridiculous. Where am I facing?
What's wrong? Anthony! Raiden! Raiden! You can be crueler than that, Jack. Explosive armor. Raiden, keep your blade away from that shield. I'm fucking invincible!
My mom's invincible.
Your body should analyze it for you. Show you where to attack so it does not detonate. If you can only hit the right spot with your blade, maybe you can drop his gun. Can't lay a finger on me!
How you have enough time to pull your shield up? That makes no fucking sense.
Cannot be.
You shouldn't have enough time in that small window for me to attack for you to put your shield up. That's bullshit.
You can be crueler than that. Jack. Can't lay a finger on me. Explosive armor. Raiden, keep your blade away from that shield. Come on. Try and hit me. Your body should analyze it for you. Show you where to attack so it does not detonate. If you can only hit the right spot with your blade, maybe you can drop his gun. Fucking invincible! I'll bathe in your blood! Can't break this shield, Jack. Come on, try and hit me.
What? I am gonna eat. Just trying to do this.
Can't lay a finger on me.
Gotta have that in there.
Can't break this shield, Jack. Can't lay a finger on me.
This fight's stupid.
I'm fucking invincible!
It's not even a straight cut either.
Can't break this shield, Jack. Come on, try and hit me. Can't lay a finger on me.
I don't want to touch you.
You can't break this shield, Jack. I'm fucking invincible! I'll bathe.
I died twice already. But I got you. You're just being a little pussy. Always hiding behind his stupid shield and shit.
Come on, try and hit
Little bitch nigga over here, bro.
Lay a finger on me. You can't break this shield, Jack. Come on, try it. You can't break this shield, Jack. Lay a finger on me. I'm fucking invincible. Come on, try and hit me.
I need like one more health and I'd be good, bro.
Can't lay a finger on me. I'm fucking invincible.
No, you just a little bitch. You're just hiding behind your shield. Make no fucking sense, bro. I love how oh, thank God. And he caught me with his. That's wonderful. Bro, you just took that shit down.
What's wrong? Answer me. Raiden! Raiden!
I got the fucking helicopter and then got this dude with the These bosses are annoying. They're not even fun to fight. They're just annoying.
Fucking invincible! You can't break this shield.
Fucking camera's ass. Oh Lord.
Explosive armor. Raiden, keep your blade away from that shield.
What do you think I'm trying to do, bro? What do you think I'm trying to do? The helicopter's just annoying. Just in the way.
Your body should analyze it for you. Show you where to attack so it does not detonate. If you can only hit the right spot with your blade, maybe you can drop his gun.
That's not what I was trying to go for, but whatever. No, she's gonna do this stupid shield again. The little fucking baby. Why does it always turn the other direction? I don't understand that. How about I'm right on 90? I just healed myself. You can't even do a straight down line. It's like a curve. Not a curve, but it's not like a straight cut. Fuck, man! I'm gonna lose again. This dude, it's like he's not taking no fucking damage. This fucking shield bullshit's annoying.
What's wrong? Answer me! Guidance! Guidance! You can be crueler than that. Jack. I'm fucking invincible! Explosive armor. Raiden, keep your blade away from the shield. Your body should analyze it for you. Show you where to attack so it does not detonate. If you can only hit the right spot with your blade, maybe you can drop his gun. What the?
I'm not using the fucking side.
I'll bathe in your blood.
This fight is just getting worse and worse, bro. Can't even go in fucking Reaper mode, bro.
I'm fucking invincible! Can't lay a finger on me!
Bro, where the fuck am I facing? Come on. I love how it went straight to him and nothing happened to him.
Fucking invincible!
What? Raiden? No! No! Raiden!
You can be crueler than that, Jack. I'll bathe in your blood. It hurts. Too slow. Explosive armor. Raiden, keep your blade away from that shield.
What's the point of the what's the point of that if you can't fully break it? It's redundant at that point. Like it really is like and I feel like he has way more health than I do, like a shit ton. But you know, it's fine. It's a boss fight, so of course you're gonna have way more than you are.
You can only hit the right spot with your blade. Maybe you can drop his guard. What's wrong? Come on, buddy, answer me. Raiden? Raiden! You can be crueler than that, Jack.
This fucking helicopter is a piece of shit. Like, why do you need to be here? The fuck does what purpose does it serve having another fucking thing being up my ass? Like really, like, that's just annoying.
Explosive armor. Raiden, keep your blade away from that shield. What the? Your body should analyze it for you. Show you where to attack so it does not detonate. If you can only hit the right spot with your blade, maybe you can drop his gun.
That move is it's crazy, bro.
Fucking invincible!
What's the point of doing this every time when nothing really happens to it?
Can't break this shit. I'm fucking invincible! Come on! Try and hit me! Can't lay a finger on me!
Now I'm just going fucking crazy mode.
I'm fucking invincible! Come on! Try and hit me!
How you have this much fucking health?
Invincible!
And you're not even doing shit, bro.
Try and hit me! Can't lay a finger on me! Can't break this shit, Jack! Don't fuck with me, Jack! Hey! This is fun! Hey, what's wrong? Anthony! Aiden! Aiden! You can be crueler than that, Jack.
Fuck on my face, bro.
Explosive armor. Raiden, keep your blade away from that shield. Can't lay a finger on me.
Bro, it's like my attack's like barely doing anything to his fucking health bar.
Your body should analyze it for you. Show you where to attack so it does not detonate. If you can only hit the right spot with your blade, maybe you can drop his guard. Come on! Try and hit me! Can't lay a finger on me!
Takes so long to do that fucking rocket launcher shit.
Fucking invincible!
You're a fucking loaf. I don't think this is the last boss. There's like one more too, I think. It's like they don't even break or nothing. It's just Sacagawea, son of a bitch. He's doing so much bullshit, it's ridiculous.
Cannot be. Raiden, what happened? You're supposed to be stronger than this.
Let's see if I can do something. I'm going back. I just want to see if I can buy some stuff. I just have no heals. That's the only problem. I just have no heals. And that's always my problem in these types of damn games. I never have heals. I got everything else, but I never have heals. And that shit's always stressful, bro. Also, welcome in, Wolf. Where you been? Working and dealing with the loss. Who pass, if you don't mind me asking? Shit about okay, so I'm definitely buying this one. Whoa, your kid passed? What happened? How what? How did your child? Is this like a pregnancy or is this like your like child that was that was growing and then somehow passed away? A very rare heart attack. What the fuck up, yo, bro? What is that? A rare. That doesn't explain anything. What the fuck is a rare heart attack? I would not want the fucking doctor telling me that. I would flip my shit. I'm like, what the fuck is a rare heart attack? Turner syndrome? Bro. Oh, every fucking day, there's always some new terminology for like someone dying. It's ridiculous. I'm about to look this up real quick because I never heard of that. The hell? That's the first thing that came up on Google. That's honestly pretty scary. That's insane. That is insane. That's I don't even know how to even wrap my head around that. That's insane. And I'm really sorry for your loss. I definitely know it's not easy and it is not going to be easy anytime soon. But that one thing the thing that I just read is like that one thing and it's like that's it. I'm done for. Like I'm going to put together a donation thing and try to raise money into the fund. What is this foundation? What is the foundation called? Can you what, bro? What's the foundation?
You can be cooler than that.
I'm so sorry for your loss. That's just. It's just always kids. Like what's like it's insane. Like it's just not fair. They don't deserve that at all. not what should be happening.
Your body should analyze it for you. Show you where to attack.
It's called Turner's Syndrome Foundation. They research and help people with dealing with that. I'm going to look that up later
If you can only hit
and
the right
see
spot with your
what
blade,
I can
maybe you can
give
throw me a
you,
gun.
because that's just not right. Okay. I try to see if I can put some cash. I don't have a job and I have no money, but I can try something. How much? How much? How much you trying to raise? Like 1,000, 3, 5K? What's the number looking like? At least 500? Okay. That's not bad. That should be like pretty quick, right? And you can go to the Discord and you can tell them personally directly, don't go into the fucking into the group. I would say go to the people directly and see if they can see if they can help you. The words are just not coming. The words aren't coming out of my mouth. I apologize, but yeah. How you do with the minute I just broke it, you fucking pussy? $42 to $55. I think we have it in the bag this time. Let me get rid of this fucking hell. I'm about to lay a finger on your mom. I would definitely tune in. I would definitely tune in. You're a slut! Why do I keep turning the other way? That's not what I do. That's not what I do. Bro, this helicopter need to go somewhere. Come on, Jack! You slow ass rocket launcher! He takes so long to reload the fucking the rocket launcher that I get hit anyway. I'll be going to sleep. I'm gonna finish to go find me tomorrow. Okay, Wolf. I appreciate you stopping by, and I hope this goes well, and there's no step backs. And once again, I'm sorry for your loss. Can you like stop being a pussy? Are you back already? Can you just uncover the shield? The fact you can't do nothing while running is also annoying. He is 21. I have 8.7. That's 13. I hate this guy. We did it! Yes! Yes! Finally! Let's fucking go! How long is this game though? Because it's literally probably 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm not tired, but like, goddamn. I just been fighting bosses left and right. Only for another face to start Fox, right? Like, Jesus Christ. What? This is some Uncharted shit, bro. What is going on?
What's wrong? Answer me! Raiden! Raiden!
At least we don't have to fight the boss again. If we do, oh my god, I'm turning this shit off. Imagine if we have to fight the boss again. I'm like, oh no, I'm turning this shit off, bro. I'm done. Going to bed. I'm gonna eat. I'm going to sleep, bro. This shit whack. I'm just getting hit by a bunch of debris. Cut that nigga's head off, bro. Cut his head off. Turn that nigga into soup. Turn him into human soup. Look at him, bro. I made him into little sashimi pieces, bro. Nah, that fight was disgustingly annoying. Look at this nigga, bro.
What happens in 3 hours?
My hands hurt. My fingers hurt.
Got yourself shaving?
Asshole. He's good. Real good. You knew this would happen, didn't you? Well, you get your wish. Up to you now.
Raiden here. I've taken Marshall HQ.
Yeah. I have just entered Denver airspace. I will be there soon.
Hurry.
Right. What Sundowner said.
I know. Anything that'll rival 9/11 cannot be good.
And in 3 hours, maybe less. He said even Mach 2 could not get there in time.
If he was serious, that's over 4,000 miles away.
4,500. So whatever it is, it's not happening on American soil.
If it's gonna spike demand for PMCs, it's gotta be a political hotspot. A coup or civil war in a stable region wouldn't have a domino effect.
Want to draw in a superpower.
What?
He's on his way to Pakistan. If something happens to him there,
Oh, shit. War on Terror Part 2.
contact the military.
Official channels are frozen since Mexico. Unofficial channels would take too long.
Besides, what's our proof? Who's gonna believe us over World Marshal?
Then we have to get there first.
Невозможно. Impossible.
The other side of the planet. Even if we were in the world's fastest jet right now, it's not even close.
Hold up. Not a jet we need.
Courtney?
An RLV would make it with time to spare.
That's...
Mach 23 if we're talking one atmosphere. 17,650 miles per hour.
That would make Pakistan in under half an hour.
Right. Contact Solus.
How many chapters I have left? And everybody's about to go to sleep. So I might just end the stream and continue the rest tomorrow. Oh, that looks drippy. That looks sick. I want this one. Alright, I think I'm going to end it here after this cutscene.
Cargo's all set to go, sir.
Excellent. Commencing takeoff in semi-auto mode.
There's like one girl and there's like two girls in this whole entire game. That's Courtney and that's the boss that we fought. That's the only two women in the whole game.
Almost every day for the last 6 months. As long as we're not breaking atmosphere. They said about today's flight.
Also, I want to raid up, so after this cutscene, I'm gonna raid, so it would be appreciated if you guys just stayed.
I'm only going as far as the thermosphere. That's the Carmen line. Lunar vacation will just have to wait.
Here, I was hoping you might bring me back a monolith. Scheiße! 2 bogies closing fast!
Is it?
Who else? The flight pattern suggests unmanned MQ-320s.
Shit.
It's a transport chopper. Our defensive options are limited. Missiles incoming!
EMP?
Yes, but not strong enough to take out the drone. Here they come!
I'll handle this.
Raiden! Have a nice flight.
We'll say Germans aren't funny.
How would you land on that? What the hell?
There it is. All right, bring the chopper around.
I wish I can make that a thumbnail. Fuck. That'd be a great thumbnail.
Okay, I'm coming back. This is easier said than done, you know. Right then.
Oh my fucking god. How many times did I drop the F word in this one playthrough? Too many times. After all that, that's how you fall off the helicopter? After all that crazy shit, that's how you fall off the helicopter. This is ridiculous. Just crazy, man.
I am sorry, my friend. Sacrifice will not be forgotten.
We all know he ain't dead, though. We damn well know that man's still alive.
That was quite the fall, Raiden. Glad to see that you are all right. Time you got out of Denver. Enemy sighted! Nice try!
There's a whole person that's invisible right now. I think.
Raiden, are you all right?
I can handle this. Just get those brains out of here.
And what will you do?
Get out of here and to the launch site.
Ah, the young ladies' company, yeah? How fortunate they are in Colorado, too.
Yeah. Take more than 2 hours with a set of wheels. Guess I'll just have to borrow some. A lot of cars got abandoned when the evac order came down.
But won't the roads be blocked? If you are struck by one of those missiles, or...
I know. Let me just worry about putting some distance between me and World Marshal. What's left of it.
Struggling. It's a monorail. Fuck are you gonna play? I think he just came down. Walk down here, pussy.
Right then, hurry. It may be an RLB, but it still needs time to accelerate and decelerate from first cosmic velocity. Could require more than 30 minutes to get to Pakistan. I've located a route with relatively light security. I will mark the heading on your Soliton radar.
Escape from Denver. Took care of the big guy. Two at the same time, baby. Took care of them. That's it. That's all she wrote. No grenade.
Raiden, I will join you in Pakistan. I will find a way to exit the helicopter. Proceed out of the city. I will contact you when I am on the ground.
I don't want to fight the ape, bro. I don't do shit to the nigga, bro. He don't even know what to do. I wasn't here. Fucking watermelons?
Enemy behind you!
I might need to take a break. My hands are starting to
You have
hurt.
escaped the pursuit? Just past the last of the barricades. Save your strength. Find a...
He has a motorcycle? Motorcycle? Hell yeah, buddy. We got a motorcycle. I need your bike. Thank you for your cooperation. That was chapter 5, I guess. You driving a Harley, I think.
Everything okay on your side?
I am out of Colorado airspace and nothing on the radar.
Good. I'm almost there. Having a little heart-to-heart?
I have analyzed his words and actions. I am unable to ascertain motivation.
Fancy me? Suppose I should thank you for not killing me on sight. Well, none of you say it like that. You're a hired killer. Not very good at your job. All around, Marshall gets all those contracts. I'm not talking about money, Jim. I'm talking Forget it. Both heard enough about higher causes by now. Right. Story. I don't care who thinks I'm right. I've got cause enough for killing you. Huh? Oh, good. Why, that's very good. Yes, I like that.
Must you fight?
Don't interfere. Us.
No stands, mid stands.
Okay. Let's dance.
I'm tired, guys.
Just you and me, Jack.
How the fuck you block correctly? It's in the way.
Show me a good time, Jack. Not good enough.
You can't control him as much as you think you can.
You're a waste of money. Over. Bye.
You can't even charge me from that fucking.
Just you and me, Jack.
How do you block?
That all you've got? Show me a good time, Jack. Over.
How? Oh, that's fucking bullshit. Whatever. How you faster than a fucking rocket? And you can't even block those. I thought I was gonna do something, didn't do shit.
Now this is a fight! On guard!
Can't do any of that cool shit he be doing.
Pretty boy! Show me what you really believe in!
I just wanna go eat. That's what I wanna do. Just leave me the fuck alone, bro.
Get ready! How long can you last?
I keep doing all these fucking annoying tricks.
Pretty boy! Now we're having fun! Pretty boy! How did you become that? You're like this!
How you block a missile? Bro, this fucking... What's the point of that? It's so fucking close range.
Walk right into it!
I'm about to walk right into your mom's pussy, bro.
Say goodnight! Get ready! Pretty boy! Show me a good time, Jack!
Oh, I couldn't even get up, bro. I'm done for tonight. I'm fucking done. I couldn't even get up from that one.
Just do what needs, Jack.
He didn't even give me time to get up. everybody moves so much faster than I do. And I'm the main character. Like, how?
Walk right into it.
All this shit, you still missing all the fucking hits, bro. All these cool moves and missing all of them. Why would you go?
It'll be a good time, Jack. Amateur. That's the spirit, Jack. Anka. There you are. I feel alive. There you are. Amateur. That's the spirit, Jack. That all you got?
I was like, okay, sure.
That all you got? Now we're talking.
Oh damn! I forgot he was gonna do that.
Now we're talking. Get ready. Pretty boy. How is the sundowner like this? Worthless scrap. Fool. On guard. Amateur. Pretty boy. Show me a good time, Jack. Hey, good night. Pretty boy. Pretty boy. What happened to the fiery words of yours?
Can't see the fucking things. 7. Pause!